Привет. Так. На ютубе мы запустились. Так. Тут мы тоже запустились. Так. Но не очень быстро. Так, ладно, Трова, давай, скажи мне, как меня слышно. Трова. Трова. Вроде нормально. Трова. Вроде нормально. Так, теперь не шевелимся, чтобы ничего не испортить. Так, ладно, погнали. Собственно, мы продолжим вчерашний квест, вторую главу, 4-го, по-моему, тома фонтейнской сюжетки. Так, пока все работает, пусть все работает. Вот. Так, нас где-то здесь ждет Нави.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Так, почему у меня не отображается чат? Все. Привет, Юра. Да, вечно голодная. Значит, линия оправдана, то я вчера уснула. Да, линии оправдали. Более того, ты на каком моменте уснул? То есть его оправдали, в итоге нашли девушку, и убийца оказался, собственно, того, кого убили. Там вот так вот получилось. То есть он пытался похитить девушку. А, нет, стоп, нет, вру. Он пытался похитить девушку, но там план сорвался. И была небольшая борьба, она его залыкала в ящик, не зная, что там потом произойдет. Ну и в итоге оказалось, что как бы в итоге он и погиб. Ну то есть, по сути, убийцей оказалась та девушка, которую якобы похитить пытались. Но мы выяснили внезапно, ну как, для игрока-то на самом деле, наверное, не очень. Для ГГ это было внезапно, что и Лини, и Линет, оказываются, являются частью Фатуи, поэтому у нас было некоторые сомнения, стоит ли их защищать, но мы решили, что мы все-таки верим, что они невиновны, и продолжили защищать. Вот как-то так.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking! We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough. Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exist. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through. Where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Мне кажется, с учетом того, что она сама говорила, и ее внимание довольно-таки легко нам заполучить. Мы же ее главный соперник.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play, don't you think?
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions.
Да, это определенно легче способ, согласна.
I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
Ah, valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep. All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense. Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink? Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for the treat, Navia. Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore.
Вроде мелкая объедает. Мне кажется, они специально на этом контрасте и построили. То есть она много ест, много хочет есть, но при этом самая мелкая здесь. Ну, из героев, грубо говоря. Не из вообще существ героев. Можешь парить пониже. Можешь походить для разнообразия.
Normal. You know, like you.
Okay. As for expenses this month, we're left with...
Hey, Navia! What are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your request the highest priority. In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
See ya!
Так, пошли тыкаться палочкой в гидроархонта. Ой, я не туда поперлась. А, туда можно телепортировать? А, ну можно. Чё это я пешком хожу-то? Я немножко вчера побегала здесь и пооткрывала локацию. Ну вот, например. Собственно, я ее всю пооткрывала. Так, не ту нажала. Вот. Какие-то эти пооткрывала. Сундучки какие-то пособирала. Ну так, по мелочи. Все, что по пути попадалось. Точнее, я на самом деле пыталась потихонечку вот это делать. Вот я встретилась с боссом. Вот этот мне еще недоступен, по-моему. То есть он еще здесь, он уже здесь есть, но я не знаю, как его открывать. Или он как-то по сюжету открывается, или что. То есть я туда пришла, и он никак вот. Так, потом... Вот это будет на следующей неделе. Это квест, личный квест-линия. Тестовый. Так, вот это я пыталась немножко поделать. Почти вот многое позакрывала. Здесь надо пособирать цветуёчки. Здесь надо что-то кого-то побить. По-моему, в воде, а может и нет. И вот, собственно, еще один босс. Вот как раз вот они вот. Пара Сюита Ледяного Ветра. Вот, я пока не понимаю, как до них добраться. То есть они там уже есть, но они не активны как босс. Поэтому я хз, что с ними делать.
People around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Какие мы всякие суровые.
That's kind of spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Vache? Vache.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it! There might be something nasty in the water! Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kinda hear a voice. It's calling for Vache, right? Hey, traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
И мы рухнули в фонтан. Океанида.
Vache, are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is? Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten? Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost, therefore. I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim. I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me. And I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. I never knew how heavy it could be. No, our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember. Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth. Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety. I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
Wake up! Come on, hurry! Navi is outnumbered!
Что происходит? Привет, Витя.
Mademoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand? Quick, now's our chance! I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Chlorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful.
Фига себе, сходила по водичку. Не, ну просто такой поворот неожиданный, причем даже роликом ведь. Нет, девушки шикарно разобрались с этими самыми, но мы ж просто к фонтанчику подошли. Чё пошло не так-то? Ну, в смысле, ну, сейчас нам, конечно, объяснят, но ситуация странная.
Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Chlorand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Chlorand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, she's...
Oh, thank goodness! I thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us!
А, то есть они на нас напали?
Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Chlorine who came out to save us too. We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Ты бы от одного не отбилась, Паймон. Давай посмотрим правде в глаза.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast. As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Паймон еще поразительнее, чем думала, сказала Паймон.
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky. Fanta only comes in sweet flavors, so how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So, if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Навия же, она из Фонтейна, она бы, господи, не разложилась, нет, не расплавилась, господи, нет, не разводилась. Да, господи, как это они называют? Что они там делают-то под водой-то? Ну, вы поняли, короче.
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh. Really?
Нет, не разводнилась, по-другому это называется, но я не помню как. Потому что этому же подвержены только фонтейнцы. А раз выпила Паймон, она же не из Фонтейна, она, в принципе, непонятно, кто на самом деле, вот. Соответственно, ей-то пофигу, а вот она бы, да.
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, but whoever did this left no trace at all.
Точно, растворилась, да, вот. Навия бы растворилась от этого напитка, а нам пофигу.
That's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and hurried here as quickly as I could.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Мне понравилось. Мы что, опять влипли? Да, опять, Паймон.
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Well, it can't be a coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. He said that he heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too, but it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
Турецкого нет на горизонте, значит, главный злодей пусть будет верховный судья. Не, я думаю, верховный судья здесь не злодей. Он не, ну, по крайней мере, я думаю, что опять будут за этим стоять фатуи. Все-таки. Но, опять же, здесь есть слуга, которая Арлекина. Она точно где-то здесь будет замешана, но вот она именно пытается растворить, или она пытается спасти, или она еще что-нибудь здесь делает. Ну, то есть, я думаю, с ней должно быть интересно. Вот. Ну, как минимум, они точно будут, потому что в ролике Фонтейна она была. То есть, я так предполагаю, она, возможно, главный тут злодей.
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Well, let's hear it, shall we? Oh, that is important. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been— Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate. Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Ну теперь да. Нас чуть за это не убили.
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
Привет, Данил. Типа не пались. Радостно так.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Прямо не меняется все та же болтушка. Ну а с чего вдруг ей меняться-то? Так. Мне просто интересно, ну как, это опять же будет вопрос риторический, в том плане, что вопрос с исчезновением они разрешат в этом патче, ну то есть вот сейчас, или это действительно история растянется на весь Фонтейн. То есть я это, грубо говоря, узнаю сегодня, и потом что-то еще будет происходить, большое, страшное, суровое. Или это и есть самая большая, страшная, суровая ситуация здесь?
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
А сколько времени прошло с этим ваш рам? А, непонятно.
Very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
Но, как минимум, исчезновение уже происходит 20 лет, по-моему. Это об этом говорилось где-то в начале.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, traveler.
Чтоб нам никто не преследовал, она имела в виду эту Кларинду. Забавно, кстати, что Кларинда вообще по-другому воспринимается. До этого она оказалась такой суровой, а тут такая не суровая оказалась. Но пыталась ее защитить. Ну, в смысле, и защитила, в принципе. Если бы не ее появление, была бы всем хана. Наверное. Картофан. Как нам аккуратненько показывают все по лесенкам спускаться. Seriously. Это у нас подвалы. Тут и не подвалы, больше похоже на канализацию. Картоха для жарки, надеюсь. Так, стоп, а где? А, это он наверху. А что, здесь нет этой пимпочки? Не, подожди, черт, я сейчас еще не привыкла. Так, подождите. Еще раз. Нет, а как? А, вот. Не, впереди есть, и еще здесь есть. А, нет, подождите, это... А, я запуталась. Сейчас, ладно, добежим. А, нет, этот вверху, но здесь внизу тоже телепорт есть. Так, надо сфоткаться. Я сейчас картоху ел, жареную с мясом и кабачком. Хороший план, мне нравится. Ну, кроме кабачка. Картоху и жареную картоху и жареное мясо я одобряю. Кабачок нет. Так, куда нам надо идти? Так. Тут что-то есть.
This is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Кабачок молодой мелким кубиком покрошила незаметно даже. Ну, может быть, но я его не ем в принципе, поэтому... Его никогда не будет в моей еде. В идеале. Не должно быть.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately. After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Your father... He was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right? How did he...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets.
Нави все прокутила? Я думаю, нет. Не у всех есть финансовая жилка. Ну и, возможно, мы сейчас что-нибудь узнаем покруче.
3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena. Three years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself. The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Ну, собственно, вот и вы объяснили. Нет, она не прокутила, все из-за убийства отца. В смысле, из-за того, что его обвинили в убийстве.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorand.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him?
Странный Фонтейн. Слушай, здесь у всех странности есть. Мне кажется, в той или иной степени. У каждой нации, у каждого, как это, территории есть какие-то свои, ну, не тараканы, скорее прибабахи, наверное. Кстати, у Венозуми ведь тоже была, ну, там только это не часть суда. Друг Казухи-то, ведь он вызвал на дуэль дворцовые, как она называется, дворцовая дуэль, что ли? Вот Казуха так погиб, а мы так вызываем перед взором Архонта, мы так вызвали на дуэль сеньору. И проигравший тоже умирает в любом случае. Ну, то есть нам повезло, мы победили, а сеньора проиграла, и ее Сёгун просто... вынесла сразу, ваншотнула, как говорится, добила. Ну, казнила, по сути, наверное, правильнее сказать. Вот, ну, то есть есть свои какие-то нюансы. Здесь вот так вот. Просто здесь пока что выглядит странным. Если он невиновен, он, получается, по какой-то причине... Ну, то есть я верю, что он невиновен, но почему-то ему надо было сделать так, чтобы до правды не докопались. Поэтому он предпочел дуэли, предпочел умереть. Вместо того, чтобы... вместо того, чтобы позволить расследованию провестись и, может быть, как-то себя оправдать. То есть, я так понимаю, ты можешь отказаться от дуэли и идти в суд, а вот он предпочел дуэль, которую проиграл, и, соответственно, уже все, без суда. Без суда и следствия. Но при этом он сам это выбрал, грубо говоря. Я так понимаю.
Yeah. That's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety. Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Ну да, он изначально собирался помереть там.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me?
Да уж, действительно. попросить своего будущего убийцу позаботиться о своей дочери.
All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end. Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah. Paimon's beat.
Пойман зевать.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
Так, это у нас Сильвер.
Whether it be responsibility for Spina di Rosula or Master Callus's death, it all landed on Demoiselle's shoulders so suddenly. This won't do. I must become stronger.
Ну иди становись, а мы пошли отдыхать.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe. Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vache.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanid you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
Нави предполагает, что это недавно пропавшая девушка.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we? Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
А вот и судья, не удивлюсь, если там ничего не будет. Ну, вполне. Единственное, что меня позабавило, удивляет, что почему она уверена, что и туда они не могут добраться. Ну, seriously. Добраться, мне кажется, так или иначе можно куда угодно. Куда-то просто гораздо сложнее, чем возможность. Ну, то есть гораздо сложнее, но не невозможно, мне кажется. Особенно в какие-то архивы. Ну, камон. Так, ладно, погнали дальше. Так, а нам наверх надо.
The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Кабинет Верховного Судьи. Ну, мне пока судья нравится. Он и хорошо себя... Ну, во-первых, он и нормально повел себя, когда мы с ним знакомились. Когда Паймон чудила, боясь с ним заговорить. Это было забавно. Ну и, собственно, когда во время суда он тоже был очень адекватен. Единственное, что... Я вам вчера об этом сказала.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters.
была, ну точнее не то чтобы была удивлена, я просто не знала, мне как бы не интересовалась. Мне казалось, что Фурина, она, ну Архонт, она именно наблюдает за происходящим. То есть про то, что у нее вели судья, вроде уже говорилось. Я просто не думала, что сама Фурина выступает в качестве прокурора. То есть я думала, что есть вот судья Нювелет, есть защитники, есть какие-то там вот, собственно, эти самые прокуроры, а она просто сидит на все дело смотрит. А нет, она, видимо, сама и выступает в качестве прокурора. Это было прикольно.
This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Nervalet's files are really secure.
Но мы ж туда не вломиться и украсть собираемся, а попросить доступа.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
Такая у нее очаровательная буква Фи была, когда она руки в боки.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell.
If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
Ути, какие мы грозные. Вот да, смотри, опять буквочка Фи. Ну, посмотри, какой грозненький. Господи, я не могу над ними.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
Мне кажется, Навия немножко мухлюет.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Thanks so much.
По-моему, она развела малявку. Немножко. Ну да. Так, ну пойдемте.
Please come in.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
Мы солгали, потому что по-другому не знали, как к вам попасть. Гениально, Паймон. Кстати, я сейчас поймала себя на мысли, что одежда Нави больше похожа на нашу одежду, и она больше похожа на нашу сестру, чем наша сестра. Простите, не удержалась. Ну, то есть цветовая гамма, вот это вот все, как бы.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vache. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk to?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Юр, ты был прав, ничего не нашли.
really just a dream.
Или слишком легко я продолжаю линию скептика. В смысле, линию скептика... Нет, по отношению к Нювилету или к Вашеру?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should.
А я услышала эмоции, ничего не знаю.
It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort.
К Вашеру? Ну не, ну понятное дело, что не прям сходу. Но... Кто знает, может быть, Вашер был не свидетелем, а именно тем, кто организовал все эти похищения. Но из-за того, что он должен был все-таки похитить ее, ну как бы он... То есть она же сказала, что у него был такой взгляд тоски, боли, вот это вот все, когда он был свидетелем, как она растворялась. Но одно другому не мешает. У него это могло быть и выражение даже в том случае, если он сам был виновником ее растворения. Ну как бы так, например. И она вполне могла быть не одной из последних жертв, например, а одной из первых жертв, кто знает.
You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel?
В смысле стоп? Почему он должен был останавливать, если твой отец сам это захотел? Камон, Нави.
Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all?
Ох уж эти маньяки, такая душевная организация. Ну, не факт, что тонкая душевная организация.
Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
Нави понесло. Ну, нет, ее понять можно, но мне кажется, ее действительно понесло.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone.
Самая банальная версия это то, что у него не было выбора прийти на дуэль и помереть, и в том числе, возможно, чтобы защитить саму Навию. А потом еще а перед дуэлью еще и попросить Кларинду ее защищать. Ну, то есть, как бы, она просто не все знает, поэтому считает, что все, ну, не совсем все было легко. То есть, она считает, что можно было что-то изменить, а, возможно, с точки зрения ее отца, все, ничего, то есть, все было предрешено, и ничего нельзя было изменить по какой-то причине. И, ну, мы, наверное, об этой причине рано или поздно узнаем. Но это моя версия.
It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice.
Тоже не согласна.
My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Я бы сказала, не просто понесло, еще и занесло. Взяла, наехала на человека. Ни с того, ни с сего.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine. Rain. It's raining.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water and then got washed away with the rain? Yeah, and if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
Давайте сразу, наверное.
Great. Let's go then.
Ну, он же расследовал ведь дело как раз об исчезновении. Возможно, его действительно из-за этого дела и подставили. Как раз таки. Так, это мы куда, кстати, направились? Это вообще где? Вон оно где. Пуассон. Пуассон чуть Пусан не прочитал. Не, Пуассон я как Пусан не читала. Для меня Пуассон это ну прям совсем по-французски реально звучит. Так мне казалось, Пуассон это не Ятли.
What a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters.
Ну, то есть Poison по-английски, Poisson на французском, но это надо, это, конечно, гуглить. Это я сейчас могу сочинить. Просто, может быть, просто созвучно.
My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Так, тут где-то что-то можно собратеньки. Или это наверху? Нет, не наверху. Может быть, внизу? Вот она. Нет, не она. А здесь можно... тоже можно нырять, точно. О, я вчера, кстати, поплавала еще, да. Где же теперь под водой можно плавать? Там даже бои есть. Правда, первый раз я померла чуть-чуть вчера. Так, ну чуть-чуть совсем. Че и как туда попасть? А, блин. Как все сложно-то, а?
Maloose, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Maloose? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse.
Мексиканские колумбийские картели сюда руки протянули. Может быть.
That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene. Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired. You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with zero warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
Ага, да, сейчас, конечно. После той тирады, которую она устроила Ньювилету, как же она сейчас откажется от этого всего?
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark.
Ну вот именно потому, что ты была самым близким человеком, он тебя и держал в полном неведении.
What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end?
Меньше знаешь, крепче шпишь, Нави.
Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
Ну, собственно, вот.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live. And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you.
Стара, теперь все подробно и с самого начала. Ну, в принципе, то, о чем я говорила. У ее отца была, ну, очень веская причина так поступить. Очень веская. Ну, как бы для родителя защитить своего ребятеночкина, вот это вот все, плюс сам помирал, так что...
Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina de Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right. so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
Ну, как бы логично, Нави. С самого начала это было понятно.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
Пайман, особенно ты будешь врываться туда, ага.
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters will be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Ну, с такими же успехами и в ваши ряды мог кто-то тоже проникнуть. Почему вы этот момент не рассматриваете?
That's true. Seems my father really had no choice.
А, ЧТД, Нави. Например, мне Сильвер все еще кажется подозрительным. Вот второй парень, который вместе с Нави ходит. Ну, не то чтобы подозрительный, но мало ли.
But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here.
ЧТД.
When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time.
Второй Сильвер, третий я. Подожди, не спеши.
There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around, with a lot of business connections in the city.
Так, ну со вторым мы уже не угадали.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards.
Нет, мы не угадали.
Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Aw, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
Ну, видимо, этим мы будем заниматься все время сейчас. Всю вторую главу. Ну, окей. Так, нам дали новую книжечку. Так, вот она.
Who would have imagined that people could really turn into water?
Ой, у нас же тут пойман в усиках и в этой...
Again, trying to crack an impossible case. All proof and no motive.
Ну, тут она не такая, жаль. Так, ладно. Ой, стой, стой, стой. Нет, 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 нет. Здесь где-то эта фигня находится. А где она находится? Может, она внизу? Чё и где? Я же вижу, что она где-то здесь. Может, все-таки вот так вот? Нет, не вижу. Ну ладно. Фиг с ней тогда. Так. А нам куда надо еще раз? Может быть, через верх? С такими темпами мы не дойдем сегодня до Архонта. Что-то мне подсказывает. Так, вот они.
It is settled then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Такой ребятеночек злой.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you, and to all of us.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us. I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man, right?
Yeah, Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword, he must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you.
Слушай, они так ее нарисовали, ну, в смысле, дизайн ее лица, у нее такой вид, по-моему, перманентно грустный.
Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Показания семьи Жака. Поговорите с Флораном.
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way, so please don't worry.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callis was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callis's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callis was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guards said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callis had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned, do you think there was a 3rd person there who was turned into water?
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill, so he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a 3rd person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callis ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malus told me a thing or two, so I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then I'll leave Mr. Callis's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing, the whole Callis the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callis, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
Так, ну мы определенно будем, скорее всего, до конца это делать. Мне кажется, они больше ничего не уместят тут другого. Ну, я имею в виду в этот... Так, куда мне надо? А, в город. Сюжет. Всего в эту главу. Ой.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've caught news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the Guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callus did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Нави, ну это надо было более тонко сделать. Камон.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so Just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Угу. Так, теперь бежим к Марселю. Дядя Марсель. Ну, камон, не буду я на лифте ехать. Не, он нырять пытался. Нет, не надо нырять, рановато. Так. Где у нас Марсель? Но это не Марсель. И не дядя.
Hello. How may I help you? I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure. I will let him know right away.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Победить Гидрархон в твоей собственной игре на ее собственной территории.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea.
Какой там такой пудель очаровательный в шляпке.
If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more. See if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Так, а где она? Куда надо идти? Где надо систематизировать улики? Куда? Куда идти-то? Так, чё, куда она ушла? Наверху, что ли? Мне всегда прикалывает, что они начинают выяснять отношения. Ну, в смысле, не выяснять отношения, а... Ой, типа, смотрите, какая прелесть. Господи. Ой, ладно. Вот. Прям на улице. Ну, я не знаю, вы отойдите куда-нибудь. Зачем вы обсуждаете важные вещи на улице? Ну, вот не сейчас прям конкретно, когда они с Малусом разговаривали.
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
Витя, сердечко это по отношению к пёселю или к чему-то другому?
But where should we start? Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
Не, ну они, конечно, прикольные ходили, но мелюзинчики все равно пока очаровательнее.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Oh? And why is that?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
Huh. So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the Order and seek protection from my father. Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the three suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Флоран, ну, Тири. Марсель, мне кажется, больше подходит.
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business?
Ага, ну давайте Тьерри тогда.
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use. But I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Мне кажется, и третий тоже будет не способен на это.
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly. Who could it be?
А зачем нам это открыли? А что ты хочешь? Не понимаю.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these three, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the three, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well.
Так это он на вас туда, на них направил. Может, это он? Мелус на самом деле пьедатель.
The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
А нет, она все-таки про Марселя говорит. Ну ладно.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes, Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options right now. We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
Ого.
What? Is that someone you know?
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right, because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still haven't found any conclusive evidence. Huh? Split up? What do you mean?
Ты можешь отправиться на остров Ирине, а я смотрю то место. Согласна.
Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus, leaving his home base wide open. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit.
А кого обвиняет, я упустил. Ну, видимо, мы склонны думать, что это все-таки Марсель, глава торговой компании, который много-много-много лет работал с отцом Навии и, в принципе, обладает ресурсами в плане много-много мора, чтобы была возможность... То есть они сейчас предполагают, что только у него из 3 возможных подозреваемых есть средства нанять, купить, я не знаю, армию вот этих короче, меков, которые напали на нас, вот, ну, помните, да, в самом начале? Часа 2 назад на нас напали. Ой, нет, часа 1,5 назад на нас напали. Когда мы у фонтана потеряли сознание. Ну, уснули, не знаю, что мы там сделали.
I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Linny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver. When did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Arrhenius. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
See you then!
Вот только как там Чайлд опять внезапно появился? С какого перепугу его обвиняют, мне интересно.
Now that Navia has set out for Arrhenius, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over.
Ну, сейчас данжик, скорее всего, будет, мне кажется. Какой-нибудь.
Huh. According to Malusa's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance.
Давай. Буль-буль. Так, стой. Ну-ка, иди сюда. Во, смотрите, смотрите. Деремся в этом. Под водой. Все, победили. Так, надо телепортик открыть. Открой телепортик, я сказала, молодец. Так. Так, тут кто-то есть из этих, но я не могу... А, вон он. И тут же этот данж.
Finally found it! Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all.
Ну, кстати, Паймон с нами плавает, если что.
You're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protective measures and mechanisms. Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
А, в тем временем в оперном... Да ладно.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right? In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received.
Балбес, Чайлд. Ты сейчас нам весь план испортишь своей дуэлью.
When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Она рядом. А вот сейчас она стоит в другом месте. Не на месте прокурора, получается.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No. That's not what I meant.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him! You've got the wrong man!
Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness.
Ну, кстати, мне кажется, в итоге, может быть, как раз и будет стоять предвестник за этими исчезновениями. Только не этот.
But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway, so I'll take you up on that offer. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is...
Марсель?
Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières!
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Ну, вообще, технически они сейчас идут ва-банк. Ну, то есть, в смысле, они ведь полностью не уверены, действительно ли виноват он.
Yes.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court.
Может, она теперь будет в качестве прокурора? То есть, получается, здесь прокурором выступает любой, кто... Ладно, сейчас посмотрим.
Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial.
Серьезное дело, мне показалось, что тут обвинениями раскидываются за здрасте. Ну... Вообще, вот смотри, первое дело, в принципе, почему они выбрали Лини, понять можно. Почему они сейчас выбрали Чайлда, я вообще не понимаю. Ну, то есть, ну, как бы нам об этом не рассказали, кто-то, ну, с чего вдруг? Это реально странно. Как, видимо, кто-то что-то нашел, сказал, выдвигает, но если ты выдвигаешь, ну, неправомерные, там, ложные, то будешь отвечать. Вот, собственно, он ее предупредил об этом. Мне пока непонятно, как они Чайлда-то сюда припахали. Ну, серьезно.
Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
Слишком Марьяна долги выбивал для банка. Ну, вот прикол в том, что он как раз-таки их выбивает. Использовать воду для расщепления, что там он делает, разводнение как раз не в его духе. Ну, то есть, блин, с чего вдруг Чайлд-то, объясните мне. То есть они как бы придумали причину, почему Навия должна вмешаться. Типа, если жандармы будут думать, что есть обвиняемый, то они ему не поможет. Но Чайлд-то тут при чем все равно? Ну, то есть могли бы просто сказать: ладно, Нави, я иду туда, а ты давай иди в суд и скажи, что я знаю, кто это сделал. То есть без Чайлда. Не знаю, странно пока что.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful.
Да, она, кстати, сейчас обвиняемую. То есть Фурина сейчас просто наблюдает, Архонт. Ну, понятно, как у них тут все.
Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember, both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage.
Палаты Жардинаж. А, не Вилет против Навии?
On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him.
Третий человек сначала стрелял в Жака, а затем был застрелен моим отцом.
After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene.
Что-то я запуталась. Там сколько людей-то было? 3-4?
Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
Так. Принадлежащий торговой. Какие у нас есть эти штуки? Так. Калас. Ну, наверное, вот это, что у него не было оружия.
Something's not right. Let me think for a little while longer.
Ну как? Ну вот это ж логично. Ай. Я не понимаю, какая логика у них иногда. Так. Чего?
A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice.
Так, еще что-то надо. А, ну вот. А. Ну, я сейчас просто... Я не понимаю логику этих товарищей. Я просто сейчас буду тыкать.
The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered, and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility, and had sent out another assassin.
А, только два? А нет, еще что-то надо поменять. Ну, третий только этот может быть. А, нет. А это что такое?
This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This...
Дала говорить, ну ладно.
Ah, so that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
Забавно, что он должен... Мне всегда казалось, что это... Ну как это сказать? Его обвиняют, но обвинение, то есть Нави не предоставила никакие доказательства в его сторону-то. Почему он сейчас должен что-то делать? Он должен опровергать ее доказательства, а не изначально выдвигать... Короче, ладно. Ну, вы поняли.
But I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Ну да.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. One, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home!
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
Мне все время... Мне не нравится, точнее, мне кажется странным, что они все время делают на этом акцент. Обвинила невиновного гражданина. Ну, как бы она... Ну, он же был... Он был просто подозреваемый. Вы доказали его... Ну, доказали его невиновность. Все замечательно. У всех бывает. На то и бывает... На то и действует система судов, прокуроров и адвокатов. Как бы, камон. Если каждый раз прокурор будет переживать, что он выступал на суде, и ну, не знаю, короче, Короче, мне нравится философия, которая есть в адвокатах, что прокурор хочет докопаться до истины, а не упечь в тюрьму кого захотел. Вот так вот. Так, секунду.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callis explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What?
If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retain the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn.
Вот это, Нави, можно и не говорить. Давай дальше.
And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
О, Господи. Ну ладно, ладно, мы поняли уже это. Дальше.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callis was intending to die?
Yes, I did.
Нави, нам чужды эти театральные драмы, но я их буду использовать. Кстати, Юр хорошо сказал. Вместо того, чтобы все по существу, она давай вот это вот драматизировать. Ну, то есть, в принципе, делать то же самое, что все здесь. Ну, камон. Нет, я ее понимаю, в принципе, потеря отца еще при таких обстоятельствах и вот это вот все, но она начинает повторяться, скажем так.
As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live, or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And, at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations, until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well.
Ой, опять у нее включилась театральность.
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache?
Huh.
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Да ладно, неужели нас обратно возвращают? Так, подождите. А мы... Нам не дали эту штуку взять, ну ладно. Там же был этот на входе. Гидрокул. Мне кажется, мы его не взяли. Ладно, погнали. Нам надо захапать... А, здесь можно отряд поменять. Ну, я попробую этим отрядом пострадать. А там посмотрим.
Illusion shattered.
This way, Colonel. Hey!
There is no escape.
Ищем доказательства.
The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place. Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Мне кажется, сейчас надо будет тут плавать. Да, нам что-то вниз показывает. Там сундуков никаких нет? Вроде нет.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Интересно, здесь все такие данжи будут с водой? В принципе, Фонтейн, наверное, логично, что да. Ну ладно.
Gather! This is order.
Sharing my knowledge. Commit it to memory.
Water jet! Bombs away! Solidify!
Torn to oblivion!
Что-то быстро, ладно. Получится, что мы по какой-то по часовому механизму ходим. Охрана.
The Temple of Wisdom. I see everything.
Ой, я забыла вот это сделать.
I will have order. Go!
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum. Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here. That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House and help Navia. What's all this? It's a bunch of really cute things. Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box. Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names? Huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? They were brought here? And then they were turned into water. And all the boxes of things, these names, that means... Oh, this is terrible!
Так, у нас, кстати... А, нет, блин, не дают. Так. А, вот же что мы можем нажать.
What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
Oh, чемоненькая.
Sorry, traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before.
Ну, на самом деле, по-моему, читали, ну ладно.
How can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going. So that's why he did all of these experiments. Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane! Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
Он свидетель, он исследователь.
You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments?
Нашли Вашера, да. Ну, я, кстати, это то, что я говорила, что он их и дизолвил, он их и растворял. Ну, то есть, собственно, да. Психученый, ну, типа того.
So that's it. Vache was no victim. but personally took his lover and... No, that's not it either. If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water?
Ну, он, скорее всего, хотел, чтобы кто-то в итоге возродился, может быть, или для себя, или для кого-то еще, но при этом ставил эксперименты на других.
In any case, Paimon will write it all down.
Так, здесь мы все. А, вот еще.
Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea. Mixing in progress? Ready to drink? Stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled. Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep, it's super obvious.
Ох уж эти ученые-идеалисты, одни беды от них. Ну, я бы не сказала, что именно тут проблема в ученых. Мне кажется, это ситуация, когда кто-то чем-то, скажем так, как-то так сказать-то, озабочен и готов на все ради этого. Просто если ты ученый, на все, допустим, это включает исследование, если ты там, не знаю, кто-то готов убить и так далее, ограбить, еще что-нибудь. Вот они готовы экспериментировать, независимо от результатов.
That means this is where they make all the synth, and that special water is the main ingredient. If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence.
Но все еще ни слова про Марселя. А нам-то больше-то надо это рассказать. Как мне кажется.
Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him. Yep. It's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it.
Собственно, о чем говорили, что они подозревали, что он, возможно, не решится.
This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups.
Они бы еще подписывались.
They're all just so evil. We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on. But, yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity.
Слушай, а может быть, Вашер это и есть Марсель?
No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit.
Тупые злодеи, ни одной подписи, как их искать теперь? Да, вообще. Я в шоке. Как они могли так с нами поступить?
Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either.
Так, сейчас на паузу. Ой, нет, пауза тут не включи. Ой, это точно не пауза. Вот так вот. Я на секундочку отбегу. Привет, Ру. Выше все злыдни оставляют подписи типа прославиться, чтобы все знали, что кто стоит за преступлением, а тут ничего, подожди, может быть еще и чего. Мы еще продолжаем искать. А подождите, нам обновили их? Мы ж там были. Странно. Да, они обновили их.
You take that side and Paimon will take this side. Check everything carefully. We'll find something for sure. Ugh. Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either.
Зачем?
Whoa, really? What Paimon see? Vinier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then you found her diary. Let's see. Aw. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet, too. Oh. So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all crossed out. Was she unhappy with all of them? The final name she decided on was... Marcel.
Че-то да.
Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Vinier's grown son? Hey! Paimon still hasn't figured it out yet.
Давайте, эффектное театральное вбегание в оперный театр, пожалуйста.
Whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Как всегда, ГГ поняла, Паймон нифига. Не, ну, надо дать должное, Паймон понимает. В принципе. Просто не всегда почему-то это таким образом подставляют ее. А вот и наше театральное возвращение.
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
It's all right, Monsieur Neuvillette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
Слушайте, забавно. В этот раз такое ощущение, что Фурина и Неувилет поменялись местами. Это странно звучит, конечно. То есть он тогда был таким понимающим, терпеливым, а она наоборот, а сейчас наоборот. Он такой нетерпеливый, а она все понимающая. Забавно. Так, а мы здесь все, хочу посмотреть, все собрали. Да, мы здесь все собрали. Так, это вот дневник, да, ведь? Ой, что я нажала? Свернуть.
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
Хо-хо-хо, у нас есть голос, слышите, да?
Huh?
We've investigated your lair. We already know everything. After your lover, Vinier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you.
Не, ну, кстати, здесь же введена механика, когда в качестве доказательств он трындит. Вот так началось в Сумеру, и сейчас вот тут продолжилось. Так что он тут чаще говорит, но это все равно всегда так: вау, ты подал голос.
as Vache.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense.
В ХСР ГГ говорит намного больше. Ну, может, они там поменяли стратегию ГГ, потому что, в принципе, ну, в 14-й финалке ГГ вообще не говорит, в принципе, никогда, только ахи-вздохи во время боя. Здесь так говорит, где-то постоянно говорит, ну, то есть это ж по-разному. Просто здесь мне этого не хватает, потому что, очевидно, у него есть голос, есть озвучка, он иногда и тут говорит в катсценах, редких случаях, он говорит с Паймон вот в менюшке диалогов, то есть как бы почему они не хотят, чтобы он озвучивал больше и так много времени дают Паймон, и мне непонятно.
Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
Ну вот опять началось.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this? Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vignier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever.
Сейчас мы скажем фразу о том, что мы слышали голос Виньи, она просила ее не искать, и он сразу растрогается.
You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people.
Господи, можно это перемотать?
Vignier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow.
Ну так и убился бы, чё? В чем проблема-то тогда?
But I'm not from this blasted place, so I can't be dissolved, no matter what I do.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go! I can't follow! So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Vignier. A promise. We made a promise. Vignier. Vignier! Please, Vignier. Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
А у вас они вообще были какие-нибудь основания?
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case.
Ну, все-таки...
The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vache, and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignier.
Ну, в итоге в данном случае пока что Арлекину ни при чем. Окей. Вот же старый хрыч. Ну да. Не, ну вот мне нравится, они все обвиняют их в такой театральности, но при этом сами устраивают театр. Да всем по барабану. У всех свои проблемы. Ну, seriously. Большая часть Фонтейна даже не знала о такой Винье, как она исчезла, умерла и так далее. Ну, сейчас, конечно, знает. Сейчас все об этом расскажут. Ага.
During an underwater expedition, Vignier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea, and was dissolved in front of Vache as a result. Vache learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others, and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignier back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel, and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vache discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vache decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vache expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vache attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vache's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all. The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vache.
Невиновен!
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vache is guilty.
Черт! Не сломалась еще машина.
Guards! Take Vache away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over now.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people, and now he's finally getting what he deserves!
Только мы не сказали ему слова Винье.
Huh? Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over. It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to. So, if you'll excuse me...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
И Чарльз будет виновен.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
Я ж сказала.
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty verdict.
Я думаю, Чарльз с этим не согласится.
Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
Прибрежник.
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Красавчик. Разозлили парня. Ну, я считаю, он не прав.
Hey, Monsieur Neuvillette, what's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Ну да, только Архонт может теперь объяснить, что за фигня сейчас произошла.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it! I don't know what happened there either! Hey, stop staring at me!
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the Oratrice herself?
Или это прошлый Архон создал?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
Скажи, что мы разберемся, в чем проблема. Тебе не обязательно сейчас прям всем объяснения сейчас давать.
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap?
Что-то тут не то. Не, ну тут определенно что-то не то.
Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's result.
Но она опять включила пафос. Понятно. То есть она не знает, что... То есть она действительно не знает, что произошло. Просто можно было это покрасивше завернуть, но, видимо, она еще не доросла до этого.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir up drama and excitement. And, of course, for every performance there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept of justice, the Oratrice shall never render an arbitrary judgment! If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence.
Блин, уже своим драматизмом. Не знаю, вот мне кажется, это ситуация, когда если, ну скажи ты просто, окей, разберемся и пошли разбираться. Нет, надо включить вот это, вот все было задумано. Ну, seriously.
Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable.
Ну, сейчас она наговорит, она уже наговорила. Но, опять же, Чайл тоже странно, ну, как бы, не знаю, мне кажется, он неправильно поступил. И, опять же, мне понравилась реакция судьи. Мне понравилась реакция Новилета. Фурина опять... Фурина сама с собой договориться не может. Она реально ведет себя как, ну не знаю, не то чтобы как ребенок. Я не знаю, вот мне не могу провести аналогию, придумать. Как это объяснить. То есть у меня есть какое-то, не то чтобы объяснение, в смысле, которое ее оправдывает, есть какое-то понимание, почему она так делает, но я не могу его объяснить, ну, по крайней мере, на данный момент.
All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the Oratrice's verdict.
Избалованный? Нет, не совсем. Нет, не это я имею в виду. Она в какой-то момент очень показана неуверенной. И как бы действительно не уверена, что делает, но в какой-то момент типа берет себя в руки и начинает включать драматизм, пафос. Но мне кажется, что настоящая Фурина это как раз таки неуверенная Фурина, ну не то чтобы неуверенная, а ну вот та Фурина все-таки, мне кажется, более настоящая, чем вот эта. Но почему она включает вот это, непонятно. Ну или наоборот, понятно из серии, что ну как бы не можешь она всем признаться, что она на самом деле не очень разбирается в чем-то, например, в собственной судебной системе, там, я не знаю, в собственном изобретении, если это вообще она изобрела. Вы не забывайте, до нее был какой-то другой архонт. Возможно, этот как раз Оратрис, да, это как раз он создал, она действительно понятия не имеет, как он работает. Ну, то есть, посмотрим.
Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
Ты в итоге ушла. Как исполнительница главной роли, она вообще ничего не делала большую часть времени, ну ладно.
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
Ну, она все-таки решила сбежать. Ну да.
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea. However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now.
У меня мысль возникла. Если это машина, ее работу можно как-то подстроить. Лини ведь не просто так искал доступ к ее ядру. Возможно, кто-то уже нашел доступ к ядру и повлиял на решение против Чайлда. Может быть, какому-то предвестнику хочется убрать с пути Чайлда?
After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Ру пишет, возможно. Угу. Ну, я предполагаю, просто я на самом деле думала, что эти исчезновения уже будут связаны с предвестником, в смысле с Арлекиной я имею в виду. Но, как мы видим, нифига. Это все-таки было частное дело, пока не связанное с предвестником, главным злодеем этой сюжетки, как мне кажется. Вот. Единственное, что они так и не объяснили, почему они вообще на Чайлда подумали. Только потому, что он Фатуи, только потому, что он предвестник. Ведь на каком-то основании они его притащили сюда. Я так это и не поняла, если честно.
Oh, Monsieur Nervalet! That power you showed when you took him down. Who are you really?
А, кстати, у него ведь нет глаза бога.
I'm the Chief Justice of Fontaine, of course. If officers of the law lack the strength and capability to enforce it, then it makes a mockery of justice.
Ну-ка. Нет, ну у него такое же телосложение, как у Джен Ли. То есть он может быть в будущем присамонен. Только я не вижу у него глаз бога. Он явно что-то использовал подобного рода. Ну ладно. Так, а что я хотела сделать? Я хотела фоточку сделать. Он в следующем патче вроде как... Ой, уже в следующем? Серьезно? Ё-моё, у меня ж не хватит ресурсов. Наверное, придется его скипнуть. Потому что если он будет в следующем, то... Блин, это плохо. Я сперва хотела девочек получить. Я сперва хочу Кло и Навию получить. А потом Нювилет. С другой стороны, он мне реально нравится. Ну, посмотрим. В какой половине хз? Ну, у меня сейчас... Ой, не успела, ладно.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the list.
Я вообще думаю, что он с драконами связан. Ну, кстати, да. О, слушай, там же говорили про какого-то водного дракона. То есть он может быть как аналог адепты в Льюе или Мико в Иназуме. Кстати, да, интересно.
No, wait! I just want to ask the traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you.
Потому что я сейчас попыталась найти у него хоть где-то глаз бога, и я его не вижу.
I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vache?
А, вот, кстати, то, о чем я говорила. Я думаю, мы это на суде выскажем ему, но нет.
I erased all records of that name. So, unless...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it? The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never...
Ну, я и адептов есть глаз бога. Ну, да, есть, но тем не менее, они все-таки еще какие-то... Ну, смотри, по идее, у адептов есть своя форма. Ну, ты помнишь там эти, как это назвать-то? Нечеловеческое, я имею в виду. Мику, по идее, тоже. Ну, мне нравится твое предположение, что он может быть драконом, тем более, вроде, когда он сейчас использовал, мне показалось, это был элемент воды, и есть он водный дракон, о котором, кстати, уже упоминали. Это прикольно. Но, по идее, он все равно должен быть с глазом бога. Как бы, настоящим или не очень, или я его просто не вижу, или хз как. Посмотрим.
Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards. I don't care.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs? Very well. I will grant your request.
А вот это, кстати, интересная фраза. Люди, как будто он не считает себя за человека.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most capable hands, Chief Justice.
Невелет точно гидроперс? Ну да. Да.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Прикольно, кстати. То есть с нами еще и Невелет идет. Я не знаю, мне вот пока мне настолько нравится Невелет, что я могу даже все-таки рискнуть его вытащить в этом самом, если он будет в следующем патче. Но я надеялась, что он будет позднее, конечно. Ну ладно. Когда закончишь квест, зайди в фонтан и выключи музыку. В смысле, где музыку выключить? В игре?
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it on the stage as well? Oh, in that case...
Vache.
Ah!
Слышит.
Yes, that's it. So you heard it too.
Vinier, it's me! It's me, Vache!
Vache? Vache?
I'm here! Where are you, Vinier? I'm coming for you. I'm finally here for you.
Hey, wait! Be careful! Hey, wait!
Ща утонет.
Vinier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vinier!
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me.
You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vignere, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
What are you saying?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day.
Что-то какое-то странное происходит.
If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia itself. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone, with nothing but the tears on her cheeks.
Сейчас будет какой-нибудь вот это поворот.
It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
You... Wait, you are not Vignere. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vignere. I am the sacrifices. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals, but we became one, just as streams of water come together in the sea. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vignere.
Why? But then, where is Vignere?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you are not is Vignere's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vignere's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
Понятно. Но при этом мы, кстати, при этом нам говорили ничего, не искать ее. Ну ладно, допустим.
No, Vignere. She can't hate me. Let me see her, please. Have mercy.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vignere. She really doesn't want to see you anymore.
А, вот это что нам сказали.
But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Прикольно.
Vache.
Vache? Vache. 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 Vache.
Утони. Вот, блин, чуть-чуть неправильно перевели, мне кажется. Вот именно утони было бы лучше. Тематичненько. Я думаю, Ньювилет знал это. Точнее, понял. В результате чего? Я не успела прочитать. Мне понравилось, как они это закончили. Неожиданно.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
От сильнейшего испуга? А, прикольно. Ну, в смысле, не то чтобы прикольно само по себе, это не должно быть прикольно.
Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
Мне кажется, мы опять забыли, что мы вообще-то хотели обсудить с Гидроархонтом нашу сестру. Тут от скромности никто не умрет, ну да. Эта игра не про скромность.
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the courts in Sen. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to come. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court, all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now. That's what we like to hear.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those years ago. Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service.
Совершенно случайно.
Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte? Journalist from the Steambird?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer. I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness, Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. So, we've been on pretty good terms ever since. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wish has finally come true too.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Чтобы мы выглядели очень круто. Если учесть, что о нас постоянно пишут, может сбавить обороты, кто скоро, как это сказать, мы как будто бы путешествуем, но все о нас уже знают, как будто мы, не знаю, рок-звезда какая-то.
Now that's another thing to look forward to. We trust Charlotte's skills with a pen for sure.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarand out for a meal.
О, прогресс.
Oh, are you two on better terms now?
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, Clarand gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time, so we took the chance to reconcile with each other.
Oh, that's great! Paimon also thought Clarend wasn't actually a bad person. It's always good to have more friends.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave, and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all— and on top of that, just how much people still look up to him, to this day. That includes me, too.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm. We want to go too! We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive ending.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before dark.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a few days now.
Камон, мы телепортироваться туда будем, а не пешком идти. Что-то хотела сказать умное, но забыла.
This is where my father's grave is. To be perfectly honest, even I haven't been back here for a long time.
Huh? There's someone there already. Wait. That figure. It
Так.
can't be.
Или судья, или Кларинда, или... Ну, не Фурина. Мне кажется, Фурины нет.
Isn't that Nervalette? Why
Судья.
would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown, but still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Nervalette.
А, ну вот, во, кстати, еще один намек на то, что он не человек.
In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callus proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice.
Ну, ты, конечно, натянул справедливость тут прям вообще непонятно на что.
A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here.
Глобус отдыхает. Ну, не знаю, мне показалось, что тут как бы это... Не знаю, я с ним не согласна, но ладно.
I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callis in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner.
То есть я, во-первых, все еще не согласна с тем, что на него наехала Навия. Ну, как бы, мне кажется... Не... То есть я считаю, что он не должен ни за что извиняться. В принципе. Ну, вот... И что Навия несправедливо на него наехала.
This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the Opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver, one of my guys.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
Ah, so Navia and Neuvillette seem to have made their peace as well. Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done. Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there?
А, Невилет там наверху стоит.
Huh? Oh, Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly. Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad.
Господи, такая у нас моська. Злорадная.
Anyway, Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Farina, we can at least talk to him, right?
Ну, наконец-то. Где он? Ну, иди сюда. Так, стоп, подождите, нет, сперва с Навией. Вдруг она что-то новое скажет.
Paimon's really sorry, Navia, but Paimon did something pretty disrespectful just now.
What are you saying, Paimon? I don't think I get it.
Well, aren't you not supposed to fly around someone's grave?
Huh? Who told you that?
Угадай, какой балбес ей это сказал.
Hey, traveler! Why did you mess with Paimon again?
Ой, я не могу над ними. Очаровательно. Ай.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
Mm-hmm. We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see, I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this since you're usually super busy. So we figured we could try to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to return the favor.
Так, о воде, о пророчестве, о Чарле и о сестре. Да неужели ты спросишь о сестре?
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea, but what is it really?
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vache and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vache discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land.
Блин, как так они это умудрились перевести? Не у кого-то из жителей есть информация на этот счет, а есть секрет относительно жителей Фонтейна. Ну чё за фигня? Ай, ну ладно.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Конечно. Я помню, мы в конце сюжетки Иназумы как раз вот тогда мы Мико расспрашивали про все, а здесь мы Нивилета расспрашиваем. Мне, кстати, еще интересно наблюдать за тем, как разговаривают между собой Нивилет и Фурина. Ну, точнее, главный судья и Архон божество. Забавно.
That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Furina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
Четко, да.
That's right! It was Linny that told us back then. And that about covers all the main points.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
Это была, кстати, она.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow. This is the first time that we've ever heard of it.
Two parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant and stay on the watch for further signs. Speaking of the prophecy, Furina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose. If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Furina by her predecessor.
But with Furina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Ну, с учетом того, какая... Перевожу. С учетом того, какая Фурина балбеска, сможет ли она справиться с этой загадкой?
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Так, он вежливо не ответил на этот вопрос. Ну ладно, отмазался, окей. А Чайлд? Да, расскажи, в чем его обвиняли-то в итоге? Зачем?
My
Как?
apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion.
Ну и ладно, не больно и хотелось.
However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrarily.
But you also said you thought he was innocent.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as self-awareness.
И жду, когда с нами будет разговаривать в подсознании Оратрис. Угу.
Which is all to say, I've been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
Huh. So when Lenny told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's core is stored...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though, with her time-tested twin tricks of bravado and drama.
Ну да. Ну я бы не сказала, что это выкрутилось. Это, по-моему, называется выпендрилась и сбежала. Ну ладно.
While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede. If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Ну да, собственно, зачем мы вообще приперлись в Фонтейн? Расскажи нам про Люмин.
Your sibling, another blonde-haired traveler. I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description. If she ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure she followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epicles. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Ой, ну ладно.
Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing with you.
Мне густо про сестру. Это мягко сказано. Он вообще ничего не сказал.
It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Memornia.
Подождите, а у него на шее не... Я не помню, как у нас выглядит. Ладно. Решила, что это может быть глазом бога, но вроде не очень похоже.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
All right, you've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Ей, мы прошли. Ру, ты еще здесь? О, у нас новое задание, новые горизонты. Причем с Катериной поговорить. Ну, давайте поговорим. Это, конечно, сайт, но... А, во, мне эти штуки сейчас откроют. Смотри, что-то специальное надо сделать, чтобы открыть... Открыть. Господи, где они? Сейчас скажу. Вот этих товарищей. Они здесь на карте есть, но они мне как босс недоступны. Какой-то квест для них нужно сделать. Может, как раз этот? Че, все? Все ушли отсюда? Привет, Наталья. Поговорить на... А с кем? Прям... А, это который с фотокамерой? Вот сейчас, подожди. Давайте я при вас добегу. С мужиком с камерой, с ним говоришь перед каждым... Все, понятно. И так, каждый раз, чтобы вариант выбрать. Там что-то еще надо... А что там выбирается? Подожди, я что-то здесь читала про него. Что там, когда выбираешь... от вашего выбора, вот это, да, в разговоре с будет зависеть материала возвышения. Ой, ёпрсты. И боссов, по сути, двое. А как... А мне Свита. Вот это два, да? Разные ресы дают. Подождите, а мне тогда кто нужен? Так, мне нужна... Так, а что мне тут дали? О, созвездие. Подождите, мне для... Где она? Вот. Мне для нее надо вот это. Механизм капели. Дали нет, да, вот я как раз смотрю. Так, подожди, что я хотела сделать? Так, капелия, где? Так, подождите, куда бежать-то? А, вот сюда, да. Что-то я, конечно, не той патькой бегу, а у меня вообще есть 83, нормально. Ладно, давайте попробуем на них посмотреть. Так, капелия. Вот с ним мы говорим. Про фонтан, да, сейчас. Они безумно красивые, я прям удачно заглянула. Они меня бить красиво тоже будут, да? Ну или... То есть я правильно понимаю, что они хоть там вдвоем танцуют, а буду драться я только с одним? Или все равно с двумя? Но ресы будут только от одного. Ну ладно, сейчас разберемся. Он сразу бой запустит. Бить будут оба. Ёпрсты, ладно. Я, правда, без хила туда иду. Надеюсь, Джун Ли меня спасет. А, вот, мне хорошо сражается. Давай боевых основных на различных пневмоюсии. Что такое? Так что для исследований нужно двое больше данных. Так, а мне нужна капелия, да? Вот, нам об этом рассказывают. Испытание поднять. Погребение капелии. Там вариант того, кто в центре будет, а кто кататься вокруг. Угу. Ну, то есть мне, чтобы сейчас скачать, надо будет капелью выбирать, да? Чтобы линет немножко вкачать. Погребение капелии. Вот, то есть мне капелью, да, выбирать получается? Угу. Вау. Ой, подожди, мне страшно.
Illusion shattered.
Так, что мы там еще делаем? Мы делаем вот это. Так, мы делаем вот это. Мы делаем вот это. Так, где вы? Так, кого мы бьем-то из вас?
Now you shall perish. There is no escape.
Order guide you.
Make yourselves a room. Yeah, this may hurt a little.
Все. Тендера нет, в смысле нет. Ай! Я не добила ее. Забавно. А зачем мне Ешка? Да пофигу. Мне главное лимит брейкс запустить и все. Так. Угу. Ура! Так, вот мы это получили. А, подождите. А, ну надо потом еще и Капелиуса пройти. Ну ладно. Так, ну хотя бы мы разобрались. Так, надо еще понять, где вот эти товарищи обитают. И вот это пособирать. А, ромаринов я не насобирала. Так, ну, кстати, можно будет сейчас подождать, когда откатится, и вернуться к этому товарищу. Так, ну со мной что-то хотела поговорить с Катериной, мне помнится. Сейчас я туда прибегу. Так, где? Где хил? Я хил хочу. Нет, хил не там. Ой, где? Куда хил делся? Вот он. Ну, я сейчас не поняла. У меня такое ощущение, что босс один, по сути, все равно не оба. Фонтан, фонтан. Подожди. Так, давай фонтан, иначе я про него забыла. Где у нас? Вот это ведь фонтан, да? Так. Господи, нифига тут квестов это. Так, ты говоришь, что надо убрать музыку, да? Это вот это? Ой, подождите, где она? А, подождите, или можно... О, вот. Вот так вот, да? Я правильно понимаю, что надо сделать? И что дальше делать? Босс один из двух. Да, меняется именно техника боя, или как это описать. Ну, для этого надо, видимо, сравнить. Блин, не хватает. Насчет эффектов. Так, ну давай... А что сделать-то надо именно? Давай еще эффекты уберем. Так, звук. И чё? Сюда или вверху? Это Фурина плачет? Или нет? Ну, я что-то слышу. Да, и вот Фурида плачет, да. Что типа там что-то про одиночество она говорит. Но я это, кстати, только вверху слышала. Вот тут вот. Вот. Ну ладно, мы пупсика будем спасать рано или поздно. Так, ну прикольно. Так. Давайте развернем звук. Нет, нет, не язык, звук. Нет. Где? Куда он делся? Так. Так не слышно. Так. Надо, кстати, мне знаете, что сделать, наверное? Так, где мы это делаем? Во. Нет, не во. А, может быть, сперва с Катериной поговорить? Мне не дают поменять эту самую... Ну что, все? Теперь можно?
Ad Astra Abyssosk.
А, стоп. Не-не-не-не-не-не-не-не-не-не-не-не. У меня не та пати. У меня не та пати. Нельзя этой пати сдавать. Все, дейлики во всех игрушках и спать, завтра снова на работу. Давай.
Ad Astra Abyssosk.
В смысле, ты только... Или ты только начинаешь делать дейлики?
Thank you for completing today's commissions.
Я как раз
Here's your reward.
Я как раз постаралась сделать все до стриба. Но в этот раз, кстати, быстрее, чем вчера. Вчера 5 часов заняло все это дело. Так. У меня только это. И все. Так, сейчас я просто хочу поменять дейлики. Вот, открыли мне фонтейн. Да, все, пусть новое. А то у меня уже месяц-два, наверное, и на зума. А до этого было все суммеру. Так, еще мы должны, да, вот тут вот. Так, слушайте, а были какие-нибудь слухи про то, добавят ли кого-нибудь в стандартный баннер из фонтейнцев? Вчера на работу уехал и вернулся, когда на стрим зашел. Подожди, ну ты ненадолго, получается, уезжал? Так, а тут что у меня? Так. Ножи. Так, давайте выберем второго товарища, если они откатились. Так, только пати. Ну, давайте... Слухи были, что Ризли, но я только один раз сталкивалась с этой инфой. Вроде как должны добавить. Ну вот если Ризли, то... Ну, меня просто Ру сегодня расстроил. Ну как расстроил? Я почему-то думала, ну, это я чисто сама придумала скорее, да? Так, я не туда бегу, не туда. Что сперва будут девочки, то есть я хочу тянуть Кларинду и Навию, и Нювилета. Но я почему-то думала, что сперва будут девочки, я сперва девочек потяну, и потом, возможно, Нювилета. Но мне очень нравится сейчас Нювилет. Вот прям как Джун Ли, только Нювилет. И Ру сказал, что Нювилет будет скоро, в следующем чуть ли не патче. И я что-то морально к этому не готова, и теперь думаю, что делать. Ненадолго, да, почти на сутки всего лишь. Я хочу Кларинду, Нави, Неви и Ризли. Они все такие... Неви... Подожди, а Неви это кто? Невилет ты имеешь в виду. Вот, слушай, +1, у меня все то же самое. Я, правда, Ризли еще плохо помню, но мне вот визуально он тоже понравился. Это который как волчонок выглядит, да? Ну, как вот такие черно-белые волосы, что-то такое. Я просто не помню, как ее. Вот я тоже хочу Кларинду, Навию, в первую очередь. Да. Вот. Невилет и Ризли. Но... Блин, я что-то не ожидала, что первый будет из них Нювилет. Но мне он реально очень нравится по сюжетке. Вот прям мужчина мечты практически. Соответственно, я прям как-то это даже призадумалась. Потому что у меня, сейчас покажу. У меня ресурсов не очень много. Ну, как бы, вот прям совсем мало. То есть у меня даже не на гарант, что меня крайне расстраивает. Вот, а если нет гаранта, то прям очень грустно, короче. Мне грустно. Я как-то привыкла с гарантом, а у меня, по-моему, нет. У меня 50-50 только будет ближайшее, потому что я... нет, подождите, я не то смотрю. У меня даже... Подождите, где у меня история? У меня, по-моему, даже история... Слушайте, у меня история не сохранилась? Это я настолько давно никого не призывала, что ли? Или нет, подождите. Нет, что-то не то он показывает. Нет, он то показывает. А когда я последний раз призывала? Я последний раз призывала, по-моему, Мику, пытаясь ее взять C1 или C... Что я там ей взяла? Ну-ка, сейчас проверим. По-моему, я ее получила. Сейчас. Да, я ей взяла первое созвездие. Но больше у меня не хватало ресурсов, и я перестала призывать. Неви, да, шикарен, я ожидала более строгого, а он такой просто уравновешенный, я западаю на уравновешенных мужиков в Геншин. Да, мне он очень этим понравился. Он, мне в принципе, он реально адекватный. адекватный, вполне себе адекватный судья. Единственное, что он вот в этот раз, во втором суде немножко... Они немножко с Фуриной поменялись местами. Фурина как-то была, оказалась более уравновешенной, чем он. Но он вообще отлично, мне кажется. По крайней мере, пока. 17... Не, подожди, Нахиду, да. Но после Нахиды была еще Мико, по-моему. А Нахиду у меня... Нахиду я просто тянула. Я не тянула ей созвездие, по-моему. Или, подожди, или наоборот. Стоп, ты же меня уговорил... А, нет, это же за тебя я тянула созвездие. Точно, Ру. Да, а потом была Мико, и я ей взяла C2, ну, C1. Правда, проблема в том, что я спутала ее созвездие. У нее аналогичное созвездие с A, вообще-то 6-е, а не 2-е. Так что это... Запутали, Стася, вообще демоны. Так. 5... Сейчас. У меня на 5 звезд 100% не накоплено, а дальше, видимо, в ход пойдет копилка. Но вот у меня как раз-таки 50-50. Я, по-моему, 50-50 выиграла на Мико. Но больше я ресурса тратить не стала. И сейчас у меня нет 28 тысяч на 100% гарант. Ну, хотя еще время есть накопить. И как бы есть на черный день. Правда, по-моему... Подождите, кстати... А я в магазин хоть заходила, не? Ну, здесь мы ничего не можем купить. А здесь мы что-нибудь можем купить. А, здесь уже все куплено. Ну и ладно. Вот, ну, короче, не знаю. Но я думаю, что я, наверное, буду тянуть Нювилета. Мне реально он нравится. Вот. Но... Так, стоп, а чё я лентяйничаю? Я же хотела босса еще раз посмотреть. Но вот в итоге получается, если потом будут девочки или Ризли... Ну, Ризли Ризли пока что я его не знаю, поэтому на данный момент я морально готова его пропустить, скажем так. А вот Навию и Кларинду я не хочу пропускать, но ресурсов на нее нет. На них нет. Так... Так, Капелиус. Это ведь второй. И раз. Так, что мы делаем? Так, что у нас мало? Еще хочу.
Illusion shattered. The Temple of Wisdom.
Ай. Ай, ой.
This is order. There is no escape.
Так, а что я хотела сделать? Я волнуюсь. Блин, нет, я не волнуюсь, я кнопочки путаю. Блин, не привыкла к этой пати. А, так нечестно, у него щит был. Не, мне он не нравится. Так, я что-то не то делаю, да? Надо было почитать, наверное, как его бить. А, вот у него. А, не, у него не водный щит был. Юр, спокойной ночи. Завтра на работу. Воскресенье? Дендрос Крио. А я не признала, что это Крио. Я решила, что это вода. Я их не отличаю иногда. Так, ладно. И все. Так, 116 круток всего, но мне нужен Джун. Посмена? Ну тогда да. Тогда там как смена. Так, вот. Нам, по идее, должны... Ну-ка, откройся. Тяжко, когда много клевых новых персов подряд. В Сумеру мне было легче, я хотел на Хиду и Дехи, а там уже рераны подкатывались и долгожданный бай. А тут, блин, такие увухи. Увухи. Расшифруй, пожалуйста, слово увухи. Ну, я понимаю, что это что-то хорошее. Ну, да, я согласна. У меня в этом... Во-первых, Сумеру я пропустила на Хиду. Я ее со второго раза, по-моему, получала. Хьюда я копила. Еще... А, ну, по сути, все, по-моему, только. Ну, да. Я и потом на Хида вот только получила, и все. Уву. От Уву существительное. А что типа Милахи? А, ну ладно. Нет, я просто первый раз такой Уву встречаю, если честно, поэтому... Так, вот, нам должны здесь засчитать. Так, нам осталось вот это сделать. И растения собирать. Так, ладно. Меняем пачку. Мы... А, нет, стоп, я ж как раз с этой пачкой. Так, мне только надо Эй полечить. Так, куда бы сгонять и полечить? Понимаю, тоже, да, не понимаю некоторые новые слова. Я хоть чуть не ляпнула, я старею, ну ладно. 40 годиков чай. Скажем так, не всегда успеваю за новыми трендами, да. Так, что я еще хотела сделать? В принципе, наверное, все на сегодня. Мы, получается, прошли сюжетку. На следующей неделе, не знаю, когда будет... Ну, не в понедельник, может быть, со вторника. Я думаю, что я буду на стриме, ну, проходить вот это, квест. Вот, если останется время, соответственно, буду бегать по миру, сделать сайд-квесты. Сейчас, потому что я вижу их дофига всего, всех их там. Ну и, кстати, ивент. Я не знаю, насколько это большой ивент, мне кажется, нет. Но я что-то не помню. Здесь есть серьезный ивент с катсценами и вот это вот все. Или они решили его во второй части патча затолкать. Так, что у нас еще здесь есть? Так, вот это я прошла. Это я, получается, посмотрела. Спасибо вам за объяснение, кто я боялась упустить. Так, это надо не забыть сделать. Вот это надо доделать, успеть. А, это именно большой ивент? Ивент не сильно напряжный, немножко диалогов, мини-игры. Но там все-таки есть какие-то диалоги, катсцены, какие-то новые персонажи. Ну, не новые персонажи. Ну, то есть большой ивент это когда какая-то, грубо говоря, у ивента есть сюжетка. А мелкий это там, где поговорил с неписью и первый и последний раз, и все остальное уже делаешь мини-игры. Так, ну если это большой ивент, тогда точно его оставим на отдельный стрим. Может быть, тогда в среду, что ли? Допустим, во вторник линии, в среду ивент. Например, так попробовать сделать. Если не успеваю доделывать ивент, то еще через неделю можно продолжить или в пятницу. Так. Вот куда мне его? У меня все еще у него в шестой уровень не выучен. Как эта штука называется? Так, слушайте, а у меня сегодня... А, нет, не сегодня, по-моему. Нет, не это. Нет, это хотела посмотреть. А, нет, стоп, я не это хотела посмотреть. Я хотела посмотреть, где у нас можно качать таланты. А, четверг. А, понедельник, четверг, ну ладно. Так. Ну все, вроде. Понавтыкали тут всяких квестов. Буду потом с этим разбираться. Неписи, но повторяющие. Там несколько квестов последовательно, но не похоже на, например, праздник морских фонарей. Ну, посмотрим. Просто я обычно ивенты же прохожу так, чтобы сюжетку пройти в один день, все сразу. Поэтому я никогда не начинаю, когда ее открывают. Там же квесты через день открываются. Единственное, что мне в последнее время не нравится, они стали в этих ивентах делать довольно-таки, ну, для меня подленько, что там после каждого этапа неписи стоят где-то в мире, и с ними можно поговорить. А когда ты проходишь все подряд, и они появляются как-то... Такое чувство, что в день, в зависимости... Ну, я не могу понять... Короче, последние ивенты очень часто я пропускала вот эти дополнительные диалоги между персонажами, потому что проскакивала ивент чуть ли не в последний день, грубо говоря, и с персонажей встречала не всех, условно говоря, только первых, там, я не знаю, и те, которые у тебя в последний день должны выйти. Было несколько обидно. У меня вот так, и пропустился ивент, когда Лиза была в Сумеру, по-моему. Еще что-то из последнего так пропустилось. Терпеть такое ненавижу. Вот, не знаю, зачем мне так стали делать. Вот. Поняла потом. Ну вот, мне кажется, раньше такого не было. Сейчас, вот в последнее время такое бывает часто. То есть, или изначально идти по гайду, или, я не знаю, как. Хотя, опять же, мне кажется, что там не получится поймать всех. Там надо, видимо, проходить так, как это они затевали. Из серии, вот первый день ты прошел первую часть, поговорил со всеми неписями, потом... Второй день. Но из-за того, что я стримлю, мне так неудобно проходить. Я как бы хочу, чтобы все это осталось на стриме в один, поэтому прохожу в один присест. Типа один день, один ивент. Так, кстати, я хотела посмотреть. Так, что мне тут показывает? Собеседование. Ну, это квесты, да? Нам повтыкали сразу. Это Сумерс? Почему Сумерс? Этот, господи, этот квест у меня висит так давно уже. Ну ладно. Почему это все в Сумеру, я не понял. Ну ладно. А это хоть в Фонтейне, окей. Ли не хочет открыться. Нет, не открывайся. Я тебя открою в следующий раз. Так. И так, дейлики я переманила. Так, чудеса. Узнайте об отце Навии. Раскройте дело. Завершите. Короче, я пока... Арлекина все еще нет. Я жду эффектного ее появления. Но в целом эти квесты мне понравились. Не знаю, как вам. С одной стороны, Фурина своим драматизмом раздражает достаточно часто. Но мне пока она нравится. Как это ни странно. Думаю, они тянут так контент, чтобы как раз не было тех, кто закрыл в первый день все и начал ныть. Раньше много нытья было, что мало контента, поэтому хайверс размазывают как моду. Так они и так всегда делали все не в один день. Первый квест выходит в первый день, потом через пару дней, потом еще через пару дней. Они всегда это размазывали. Просто сейчас ты из этих штук еще и диалоги дополнительные пропускаешь. Во-первых, ты иногда не знаешь, что они тупо есть, потом открываешь гайд, и ты понимаешь, что ты в первый, второй, третий день, грубо говоря, что-то пропустил, а ты уже на 6-м дне, ты такой, ну зашибись. Вот. Не знаю, мне не нравится. Я, в принципе, не люблю привязку к реальным дням. Мне больше про то, что между этим еще размазан контент. Ну, слушай, я не знаю, если то, как они размазали контент в конце в конце Сумеру, мне не понравилось. Вот в отличие от Иназумы, где все было скомкано, мне кажется, в Сумеру они настолько размазали, что последний, наверное, патча 3, я уже думала, когда же уже Фонтейн, когда же уже следующая локация, потому что мне уже тут не очень было интересно в Сумеру. Я вообще не читаю почти такие разговоры, потому что забываю. Не, мне интересно. Мне интересно вот эти мини-взаимодействия между персонажами. Я всегда их читаю. Мне очень нравится, что я их пропускаю из-за этого. Да, понятное дело, я могу посмотреть в интернете, посмотреть на ютубчике, но хочется ведь посмотреть все у себя. Так, что я хотела сделать еще? Вот, поэтому как-то обидно такое обычно встречать. И в последнее время они делают это часто, видимо, они теперь постоянно так будут делать. Опять же, если бы я не стримила, мне бы, наверное, было просто. Я проходила все потихонечку, и все бы, может быть, ничего не пропускала. Из-за того, что я вот так вот прохожу. Вот. Ну, то есть, в принципе, наверное, это моя проблема, но все равно обидно. Мне в Сумеру было неинтересно из-за пустыни, они слишком пустыни. Ну да. Ну, мне показалось, что вот летний ивент, который в Сумеру был вот как раз летом, и до этого патча были, проходные не в смысле, что они неинтересные, а проходные скорее в контексте, что они никакой новой интересной информации о мире, даже о мире особо-то не давали. Особенно на летний ивент. То есть он как бы, понятно, с одной стороны ивент. Ну, то есть, я не знаю, не могу. Даже вот этот Лантерн, фестиваль, и то был интереснее, чем по взаимодействию хотя бы персонажей, чем, например, ивент летний с этими, как его звать, последний-то. Ну, не знаю. Не то чтобы я разочарована. Сюжет, связка между большими сюжетками. Ну, вот они как-то уже небольшими были, не связками, а просто как бы не воспринимались мною как что-то... То есть, да, я их прохожу, да, окей, да, в контексте, например, этого персонажа, этого ивента норм, но уже хотелось чего-то большего, наверное. Так, собственно, Фонтейн я уже действительно ждала. Последние пару патчей, когда новый регион, когда продолжение большого глобального сюжета. Его, конечно, сейчас не было. Ну, в смысле, по сути, мы занимались расследованием, и оно было локальненько важное для персонажа. Ну, для той же Навии. Вот. Но, позлили немножко одних, позлили других, да, но пока что ничего такого... Вот это поворот не было. В плане не было упоминания про сестру. Вообще вот мы тут разочаровались, когда спросили Нивилета, расскажи нам про сестру. Он такой, кто? Вот тут зашибись. Вот, то есть пока в этом плане никакой движухи нет, но хотя бы вообще новые персонажи, что-то такое новенькое. Как-то попроще. Хотя вот я все ждала появления Арлекина. Уж больно мне хочется на нее посмотреть. Она, по крайней мере, визуально она классная. Мне нравится. Насколько она будет занозой в одном месте, мы еще посмотрим. Вот. А я не поняла, вот тут что Чайлда припахали. Может быть, потому что Чайлд не является моим любимым персонажем, поэтому я не оценила его появление здесь. Да кому вообще нужны эти сиблинги, когда тут в детектива можно поиграть? Ну, как, все-таки мы вообще путешествуем, чтобы сестру найти так-то. И поэтому как бы хотелось бы, но детектива... Ну, после адвокатов, которые мы проходили, которые Эйса Торнита, было, конечно, прикольно поиграть в детективах. Это интересно. Ну, они, кстати, подобные что-то уже делали ведь в Сумеру. Не помню, то ли в ивенте было, то ли еще в каком-то квесте, там такие приколы были. Мне кажется, уже 2 региона ГГ спрашивают про сиблинга только ради приличия. Ну, мне кажется, ГГ вспоминает про сиблинга, когда это квест про сиблинга, вот как они называются, вот сейчас. Где это? Вот это ведь, да, у нас архив. Где эти сейчас квесты? Я не помню, как они... Которые с иконкой сиблингов-то. Ну вот тут вот тут вот, и вот тут вот. Вот там, да, они действительно посвящены сиблингу, а все остальное время это что-то мы выпендриваем. Ну не выпендриваемся в смысле, а мир спасаем. Не сиблинга, просто мир спасаем. Так, кстати, иконки Фонтейн. А сколько у нас было? У нас было в Иназуме, у нас было всего 4 главы, грубо говоря, да? А в Сумеру было 5. Потом еще вот этот вот. Ну ладно. Посмотрим. Короче, я, в принципе, довольна этими главами Фонтейна. Они, конечно, чуть не ляпнула опять проходные, но хотя бы новый регион, поэтому воспринимается по-другому. Я тоже Тарталь, кстати, пока мысль помню, не оценила тут. Отправила его сюда буквально долги выбивать. Отправили его. Ну, я, во-первых, не поняла, зачем они... На каком основании они его припахали дело про похищение, если честно, я это не поняла. И это вроде не озвучили. Только потому, что он Фатуи, предвестники, вот это вот все, нафига? Я не догнала этот момент. Или я пропустила, или они не сказали, ну или они скажут об этом в будущем. Но ситуация странная. О том, что он внезапно был найден виновным, я не удивилась, потому что буквально за секунду я это предположила. Точнее, я сперва предположила, что они внезапно оправдают Марселя, а потом все-таки его обвинили. Но зато они противоположное сделали с ним. И я такая, ну окей, ладно, интересно. Посмотрим, что из этого выйдет. Так, где я бегаю? Так, давайте к фонтану. Будем подслушивать за Фуриной. Ну, может быть, у меня есть предположение. Вот сейчас, кстати, после слов Ньювилета у меня появилась мысль, что если машина Оратрис, или как это называется, собирая все мысли о справедливости, то зная, что он Фатуи, и в принципе за ним есть темные делишки, может, поэтому его признали виновным. Как бы, скорее, вот в этом контексте. Как вариант, например. Или... Моя теория, его пытался поставить Вашер, потому что у Тарта был конфликт с гильдией, или что там Вашер возглавлял как раз. Но это чисто теория. Ну вот, а подожди, а там разве... Подожди, ты про тот эпизод, когда мы встретились с ним первый раз вот здесь вот. Он пришел, выбивал деньги. Он разве... Это от торговой компании Вашера было? Я просто не помню, не запомнила название, кто там выбивал. У девушки, которая эти делала. У меня мысль возникла... вот, да, точно, что хотела еще сказать. Мне возникла мысль, что Чайлда пытается подставить Арлекина. Может быть. Ее же еще не показывали. Мы как будто бы в принципе не предполагаем, что здесь кто-то еще из... нет, вру. Мы уже предполагаем. Благодаря Линии или Нет. Вот. Но мы же знаем, что она здесь будет, потому что мы видели трейлеры к Фонтейну. Вот, то есть Арлекина здесь будет. Может быть, она как-то хотела его подставить. По какой-то причине он ей не нравится. И, кстати, по-моему, у меня Чайлда нет, я подсмотреть это не могу, но, по-моему, как раз-таки после какого-то сюжетного эпизода как раз ведь Чайлд говорил про Арлекина, что она... ну, как-то он о ней очень нелестно в том плане высказался, что от нее непонятно, что можно ожидать, что она вот именно этим особенно опасна, что как бы прям вообще что-то страшное она из себя представляет. Поэтому и вполне могу предположить, что по какой-то причине она решила, может, подставить его. Ну, я думаю, что в следующих главах мы это узнаем. По крайней мере, я на это надеюсь. Может быть, Тарт ее не особо любит. Мы читали реплики у подруги, у нее нет верности царицы, по его словам. Ну да, Тарт как бы о ней не очень хорошо отзывался. И как бы, ну не то чтобы предупреждал нас, я бы сказал, что мы ко всем одностороженно относимся к предвестникам. Но про нее даже он говорил, хотя как будто бы коллега, про нее даже он говорил не особо, скажем так, лестные слова. Ну посмотрим. Мне бы хотелось, не знаю, чисто визуально, мне она нравится, и мне бы хотелось, чтобы ее можно было призвать, но есть некоторые сомнения, что позволят ли они ее, сделают ли они ее призывательным персонажем, особенно если она творит что-то более страшное, чем Чайлд. Хотя Чайлд это не остановило, конечно, сделать играбельным. Но при этом он как бы ведет себя, не то что не ведет себя, он позиционируется как такой весельчак, такой хороший, улыбчивый, несмотря на то, что он там может творить за кулисами, грубо говоря. Так. В общем, ладно, пора закругляться. Спасибо всем большое за компанию. Сегодня было прям познавательно, ну как познавательно, интересно познавательно, как и вчера. И жду продолжения. Я все-таки хочу поговорить с Фуриной, хочу с ней побеседовать, потому что, ну, мне она интересна. Ее явно здесь показали, но не раскрыли, и мне кажется, они сделали некоторые зацепки относительно ее характера, которые меня заинтересовали, мне хочется знать больше. Так что ждем следующего патча. Так, тоже хочу игровую Арлекина. Мне обидно, что Фату и мальчиков дают играть, а Фату и девочек одну убили вон. Ну, сеньора, блин, она такая эффектная была, конечно. С одной стороны, после того, как после ее пинка под дых мелкому хотелось ей набить моську, но хотелось набить моську, а не убивать эту моську. Вот, но, да, не, ну, в Арлекину, мне кажется, верится еще меньше, чем в сеньору на самом деле, по крайней мере, пока что. Ну, посмотрим. А, у нас же Фату и мальчики уже 2 есть. Технически же еще Скара есть, точно. Ладно, ладно. Посмотрим, что будет. В общем, всем спасибо за компанию. Лайки, подписки, колокольчики, дискорд, сервер, вот это вот все. И до следующей недели. Я думаю, что на следующей неделе будет 2 стрима по Геншину. Вероятнее всего в среду и во вторник и в среду, наверное. Вот. В общем, еще раз всем спасибо и пока-пока.